Hey guys, welcome back to my YouTube channel. So today we're going to talk about part 128 through part 162 of me and Miss Leolah's upcoming celebrity YouTube collaboration.
You see the window there, that's her house there. So that is her property where that building's, it's Kirstie Alley's property right there, that house. So that wall is this part, but then there's the leverage.
Hey guys, we're watching a video about the death of Kelly Preston. I just watched one on the death of Kirstie Alley.
Believe it. She's gonna feed the levers.
Let's see who else we can recall.
Hola, I'm Marina, founder of the Mujerista. With the help of Squarespace, I launched a digital publication. Beyonce has been dethroned. It heard from the top, but he has the answers. And Hitler share mashed again. This time from a fellow mother. She got his eyes too. Plus, from the new Christmas top five. The entertainer is here. She's funny. You need to ask after reception like that. I'm not gonna get on topics.
Hey, let me do something real quick. Huh? Oh, okay. I did make a change to my YouTube channel. It was President AJ Jones. Now it's AJ Jones 17. That is to resemble my how old I am, and I was gonna just use my uh how many seasons and everything I've completed, but I didn't since I've already did so many YouTube videos, I didn't have to add all that stuff up. So I just wanted to make it kind of simple for this time around. I have this YouTube channel right here, AJ Jones. It's like a podcast show I've done. I haven't posted on it in 2 months. And that's mainly the reason because this YouTube channel is on my phone and I really, but I worry about my this YouTube channel because it's my main one and I have the most YouTube views on it. That's why I use all my time for this one. I gotta make sure the name pops up. It normally does pop up. It's something big. Okay, guys, I just liked the live YouTube stream. We started 10 minutes ago. Make sure y'all like it as guys, I just liked the live YouTube stream. We started 10 minutes ago. Make sure y'all like it as a teacher. Look for our signatures. It's a house. It's just today. It's a beautiful day. And for cheating accounts. Yes, I'm something there. So what? Just tell you, because it's here. Because the shot it go. She's from Chicago. As you see, it's no interview. It's Lars. Now, lovely customers are speeches and jokes to get out of work. Sun and keep the shore in style. Yeah, here.
talk to you. No, thank you, co-host. I appreciate it. But people are still off from work. I don't know whether you noticed the traffic's very light outside. I hope that you had a wonderful 4th of July weekend. We went to our local high school and sat in the grass and watched the fireworks, and I ate police. Not one, not two, but three. And that was nice. Last year, I remember we sat in the car at the 7-Eleven and watched the same fireworks, over the trees. This year we actually got out. Um, Also, the weekend, have you ever seen this movie on Lifetime? It was invented like in 1997 called Lies He Told. Yeah. Well, it came on this weekend. And normally, because I've seen all the movies, I know all the dialogue, so I skip. However, there was something about this movie that held me captive for the whole 2 hours. That it was starring a Caitlyn Jenner lookalike. Okay? No. Right. Captivated. I had to look at the TV from 5 different angles. Like, wow. She was Caitlyn, or Caitlyn was Caitlyn. Shout out to Tiffany Amber Thiessen. I discovered your show on the Food Network. Second 40 times you watch Patricia Earwood, and then after that, the Pioneer Woman comes on, and then all of a sudden, Tiffany Thiessen show came on. Now, I'm sorry to stereotype, but generally speaking, I feel as though if you're not a trained chef, that your cooking is not as good as mine. On a good day, it's okay. On a bad day, it all gets garbage disposed. So I think it was an actress first. However, she is a really homemaker in that house. Now, look, it wasn't about the food. It was about she had over. First of all, she wears makeup. Her kitchen is very well lit, and she's pregnant. And so Marguerite came over now. I got to remember Jillian Marguerite, but shout out to everybody in LA. I miss Jillian Marguerite on the Fox News out there. So Tiffany Tiffany invites her friends over. It was Jillian Marguerite. It was Ross Matthews, who gets along with everybody, and also Tim Reed, who played Venus Flytrap, and the father of Tia Tamara. So it was just fun. It was Tiffany, your show was just fun and easy to watch. Thank you. Khloe Kardashian, you listening? Or Courtney? Are you listening? You listen good. I think it's time to dump Scott. Because everybody's busy. 4th of July weekend, nobody's really watching TV or paying attention, but that's where me and Hot Topics kick in. We watch everything. Well, Courtney was spending 4th of July with their 3 kids. Scott was the man for hire. He hosted several different events in Monte Carlo and San Tropez and whatnot. But one of the big stories, theme that coast another woman. And to others. And that's not just any other woman, that's an ex-girlfriend. And we have more results. No, wait a minute. Look at them share germs as she leaves it. Look. So now the question is, does Courtney care? She probably doesn't care. She probably checked out this marriage a long time ago.
Yeah.
But my thing is that even if you check out of the marriage a long time ago, then you have a particular understanding, and that understanding is to deal with your mistress behind closed doors. You don't have to do it in front of their daughters.
This book, Grace.
This girl had the nerve to put some pictures of them on her Instagram social media thing. Scott can't explain these pictures away. There's not a thing that he could say. And the harder part is that he's not even trying to hide it. I don't suspect that Chloe or Courtney cares because I don't see Courtney. I don't see Courtney as a sexual being.
Yeah, the views have been boosted. If you go back all the way from 2 months ago, you'll see the YouTube video that I did. And this one I have never received. This AJ will talk or a direct message. Miss Yola, I've already did that. Like I said, she has messaged me. She sent me a few love emojis, love and support emojis. A few of them just had heart faces on it, and basically just showing love and support. And this YouTube video got 42 views. The video that I did once I was getting ready to start my YouTube collaboration with Miss Leolah. So yeah, guys. Well, before I got on here, I was asleep for a good while, but I woke up not too long ago. I'm trying to show y'all something. I'm trying to go back to the video where I made over 2,100 views on. Like I said, my YouTube channel has a total of 7,305 YouTube views. That's well, no, actually, it's 7,317 YouTube views that has been updated as of yesterday. I'm trying to figure out where's the video. That's the day I got inaugurated as YouTube president. That was 1 month ago. That was on May 6th, 2023. Today was 6th, 2023, Saturday, early Saturday, 10:46 June, July. That's been almost not quite, but almost 2 months ago. For my fans and for my YouTube members. And of course, this is my inauguration video, full inauguration. Hey guys, I want you guys to know that I love you guys so much, and I thank you guys so much for supporting me through this very difficult time. It's not a very difficult time, but it is me trying to get my phone back. Let me figure out something right here, guys. Oh, okay, now we're hitting the 2 months margin. But like I said, I have my YouTube channel. I've had my YouTube channel for 7 months. Almost, probably not far from 8 months. Well, not far from 8 months, but it's been a little while. Almost 10 months, not far from it. Hey family, hey actually in October it'll be a year of my YouTube channel. My YouTube members on huh? Yeah, I'll keep it. Okay, but I'm doing the video. I'm sorry. But yeah, guys, we for my YouTube 6,000 YouTube members only, I'm going to be doing a United States meet and greet tour that will be held virtually online, and it's coming out today, guys. Saturday, April 29th, 2023. Right now, I have 5,600. That has been a while ago because now I got 7,317 YouTube views. That's amazing. My thoughts on this new Whitney Houston biopic. You guys, I just find my YouTube videos interesting. I watch. Oh yeah, that's when I released the star, my television star on the album Walk of It. Yo, I cannot even find that star. It's got to be somewhere in my room. I gotta find it because I want y'all to see that. It's just a star that I drew up on a paper. But still, one day I will get the real deal. But it's something that I wanted to do to make, and until I actually get the real plaque. Hey guys, next so you may go and be my understand each day answer. The word your understand up downstairs. Shut her so third understand in that yes, you did this. And this is going to be part two. You get to so you gotta set up in 2 months. It is at least 2 to 6 hours. There it is right there. That one got 2.1K views. That's the most video that I've ever got the most YouTube views on, in total. But within total, I got 7,317 YouTube views. It's amazing,
So
y'all.
Houston, her pain is still all too raw. And that's it. For the first time since her daughter's death, Sissy Houston is speaking out. She sat down to eat in the same
They
place
got 50
for just a
likes,
few days earlier
2,103
to
views.
mourn
April
her child.
13th.
New Hope Baptist Church. I heard about that. She's accomplished a great deal in the short time that she's had here. I'm proud of her for a lot of things. She was a very wonderful person. Sissy Houston.
That's just what I wanted y'all to see real quick. But oh my gosh, Irene Cara, where she died in her fan face. I would love to see that. I ain't
The
seen
woman that's known for the theme song to the movies Fame and Flashdance is back.
Irene Cara was 63 years old.
63.
Won an Academy Award for
She's
Best
still so
Original
young.
Song for Fame. Then won another Oscar 3 years later for the song Flashdance. Let it feel.
She recently said she was in semi-retirement, living off the royalties and enjoying her home by the beach in Florida.
Largo, Florida. Most of all these big Hollywood stars lived in Florida. I just realized that. Not all of them, because some of them, did move to California and Georgia, the Bahamas, Switzerland. There's so many places they go to. Europe, Germany, Hawaii. What?
What's going on? Right, hi, today here in Largo, Florida, city in the Tampa Bay area. Beautiful little city in there. It's Florida. The sun is shining. It's just amazing out here. And on the Prado Drive, and this is just the way there's grocery stores around. There's regular. It's just a regular. That's what you think it's what? You think of giant homes and mansions and all of that. A lot of times, they're amongst us. We wouldn't even know. I was from Europe, and the person talking looked at one of the big stars in the world. And she's an Academy Award winner. She's a Grammy Award. She was Coco with Fame, the movie. I mean, she was huge in the movies. And sadly, she passed away last November.
Yeah, she passed away last November. I don't really even know how she died. I don't know.
That's a regular, small neighborhood. Very, very nice. Let's take a walk on the house to the whatever. So Irene Cara was born and raised in the Bronx. The original Irene from the block, you can say. And she began to play piano by ear, studied music, actually dance seriously now. Um, she was she went to a place called a professional children's school, which is a school for actors and
I'm about to roll up,
theater
guys.
musicians. Basically, it's Macaulay Culkin with them. And it's kind of like the Fame's
Yeah.
some it's a lot smaller than the schools from Fame that is based on high school for the performing arts. And so it's kind of she was predestined to start being I guess you could say. She was a natural talent from a very, very young age. The other thing I read about her was actually she was Johnny Carson in the way. And she was a regular on the Electric Company. You remember that show, the children's TV show? I didn't know that. She was raised by Latin American parents in New York City, as at least stated, but she made a Broadway debut in 1967. She was 8. By the age of 18, she diversified her resume with TV and film gigs, and she landed a role in TV miniseries Roots 2 and in the films Arrow of Angela and Sparkle.
In 1980, she officially catapulted herself in the mainstream with an appearance in the movie Fame, for which she also performed the title song and Oscar-winning top 10 hit. In 1983, she topped the charts with Flashdance What a Feeling, a song she co-written for the movie Flashdance. She took home another Oscar for her work, along with 7 Grammys and 2 Emmy Awards. She appeared in the movie City Heat, playing with Burt Reynolds, Certain Fury, Tatum O'Neal. And then in 1993, a California jury awarded her $1.5 million for the 1985 lawsuit she filed against Network Records, accusing them of withholding royalties from the Flashdance soundtrack and her first 2 solo records. Kara later stated that as a result, she was labeled to be difficult to work with, that the music industry virtually blacklisted her. I actually just walked by it. I was trying to influence to talk about where the conservative Kara should quit the career. And I walk back down. There's her house right there. And you see it's got a pretty big window closer. It's got a pretty big gate on all sides. It's very, very private. Compared to some of the other houses that are on the street. I wouldn't call it a mini fortress, but it's uh somewhat of a fortress. You better look right there. Now, the official report for cause of death was cardiovascular and hypertensive cardiovascular disease. Which also
Cardiovascular disease.
contributed to her death. I noticed she was very, very frightened in COVID. She became somewhat of a recluse living here in this house here in London. She did have another home in Newport Richie, which is about 45 minutes north of here. And I'm not sure if she still owned that house or she moved from that house to this one, but this is the house where she passed away. And one thing about her is she's a very, very low profile. But none of her neighbors really knew her at all. I mean, see, her houses were all very close together. But none of her neighbors knew her. She barely left the house except to take her recycling bins out and there's her recycling bin.
Well, I mean, you have to be kind of private when you're a celebrity because
Yeah, apparently a neighbor next door, and I'm not sure which.
I'm sure she talked with people. I mean, of course. I mean, she's a regular person. Just because she's a celebrity, don't mean she ain't gonna talk to nobody.
She said, text her, I text her or call her to invite her to come for a walk, but I wouldn't hear back for days. She never called back using her cell phone. She called through her computer because she was worried about privacy.
She always calls through a computer. That's basically what I do. I got phones and stuff, and I have a personal computer, and I have like a work computer. This is my mom's computer, and I have a computer as well. It's a Chromebook. It's a school computer, but I use it because I mean, I'm going to use it probably till I graduate from my Robinson Community College, and it's going to be probably another 2.5 years.
Such a crazy incident for the same moment fall. She was worried that she wouldn't be safe with the fence down even for a day.
Yeah, something like that.
Garrison. She was found on November 25th, 2002 during a welfare check by Dallas County Sheriff's Office. But no one had heard from her was able to get a hold of her for weeks before then. So according to the investigation, the last on record of Kara being alive was in November's first call in the cemetery. 3 days prior to that call, spoke with her manager since she was having intestinal issues. So no one heard in the both of weeks after those conversations until the nephew requested the welfare check. Officials said many such medications were down the scene, but knew that none was complying with the treatment. While playing out suspected. So Jennifer played care for her first torture base. It's a long time. She lived up at a annual point. Which I've, and I've been, I've heard that many times. She's impressed in the home. Especially when it becomes a little bit of a hermit living person lifestyle. Nobody really checks on it. It's not there's no price. That's it.
He's cool and everything. Yeah, guys, it's July 4th. Happy Independence Day, everybody.
Hey, have you heard of cozy slides? These are the world's thickest massage sandals that feel like a beach holiday for your feet because
Right now on Morning News Now, tragedy in Philadelphia. 5 people are dead after a late night mass shooting stretching several city blocks.
Wait, 5 people
Police
dead,
about the victim
5 people killed in
now in
massive
custody.
Pennsylvania.
Frustration on this 4th of July as severe weather slammed several states from the Central Plains and Midwest to the Northeast. Meanwhile, millions of people under heat alerts again this morning for another day of triple-digit temps. All this as the holiday travel crush continues. We'll bring you team coverage. Also this morning, a story of love and loss, sort of. Online scammers targeting dates and clearing out their bank accounts. Instead, the warning now from officials of what you can do to protect yourself. And mushrooms as medicine. Australia becomes the first country in the world to legalize psychedelics as treatment for certain mental health conditions. More on the move and what it could mean in the future. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for joining us on a holiday. I'm Samantha.
And then good afternoon.
This morning, with yet another mass shooting in America. This one in Philadelphia. Police are investigating after the shooting left at least 5 people dead and 2 others injured. Happened last night when police say a 40-year-old gunman wearing body armor opened fire in the neighborhood before being taken into custody when he was cornered in an alley. Our Philadelphia station WCAU reports the shooting scene covered several blocks. His jail was wearing a bullet vest with multiple magazines in the vest. He also had a scanner and an AR style rifle and a handgun underneath his body. Another person who police believe may have picked up a gun and returned fire is also in custody. 3 weapons and all were recovered in connection with the shooting. There is no word yet on a motive. We'll stay on this breaking story throughout the frame. And that is severe weather that's threatening some 4th of July celebrations from coast to coast. Last night, parts of the South and the Northeast saw strong winds and torrential rain. These images were taken of an intense rain shower that passed over Midtown Manhattan. South Dakota was also hit with severe weather. This funnel cloud, look at this image, spotted across the Missouri River. And in Kentucky, the cleanup continues after storms tore through parts of the state over the weekend, taking down trees and knocking out power to thousands.
So when it rained so hard, you couldn't come outside, but we heard some loud noises. Me personally, it sounded like a little mini train.
Meanwhile, millions of Americans are still dealing with oppressive heat. Cities like Las Vegas, cities like Phoenix, they are expected to top triple digits again today. And several cooling shelters have been opened throughout the state of Nevada. All of this, it of course comes amid a summer travel boom. This 4th of July holiday, it's expected to be the first in which we see U.S. air traffic exceed pre-COVID levels. Time to just meet. We have team coverage for you this morning. We're going to begin with NBC News meteorologist Angie Latzman with your 4th of July forecast. Of course, Angie, tell us what we can expect. Are we getting fireworks later? What's happening across the country? Yeah, some spots are going to have great conditions for fireworks. We'll talk about that in a moment, Stan, but we've got, of course, touch on the heat that we're seeing and its dangers.
31 million impact.
Seeing people impacted. This number has grown significantly
From
since the
Raleigh,
early morning hours. You see
Jacksonville,
places like
Corpus
Phoenix still under the heat warning. Not going to go through the day today and likely into tomorrow. We also will see Portland, places like Medford, continue with that heat advisory, and that goes for Raleigh, Jacksonville, and extending down through the southern peninsula of Florida. These temperatures are going to be warm once again into the triple digits for some, mainly folks in the southwest, places like Phoenix, 112 again today. Santa Fe has to 94 degrees. Check out Portland, 97 degrees. We are running 20 degrees above normal for folks in that area through the day today. This afternoon, if you're celebrating trying to barbecue in Kansas City, 95 degrees and 93 in Chicago. So some really warm conditions. Cold front's going to work through and back into parts of the plains by tomorrow. We'll see places like Denver see a 22-degree drop. Temperatures ending up in just the 60s tomorrow afternoon. Upper 80s go to the east of that cold front. Ahead of it, you'll see temperatures anywhere from the low 90s in places like New York and Roanoke to the upper 80s across the Midwest. This is going to be something that kind of moderates out by the time we get into the end of our work week and we get back into the swing of things after this holiday. But again, it's going to be a warm one across much of the area for folks that are celebrating 4th of July, especially during those warmest parts of the day today. And with some rain and potentially some shock storms to talk about. So let's focus on the rain first. Some of these showers working through parts of
New
the
York,
Northeast and
Raleigh,
Atlantic. They're going to be
Atlanta,
scattered really across
Memphis,
much of the
Chicago,
eastern third of the country. We've got
Albuquerque,
some strong
Los
storms that we're going to
Angeles,
monitor through
San
parts of the plains and
Francisco,
extending back to the
Seattle.
Rockies. When we take a look at what's exactly going on, here's the front that we're watching that's keeping it kind of unsettled for the east. And you can see some of this fires up here as we get into those later afternoon hours. We're not expecting severe weather with this part of those storms that we're tracking, but we can still see some heavy rain and potentially some lightning and definitely some interruptions to those outdoor plans for the afternoon hours today. This is the area though that we're going to watch for
14 million
stronger
average.
storms to develop that could be dangerous. We'll have the potential for some strong wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour, or even higher than that, hail up to an inch in diameter or even larger than that, and of course some isolated tornadoes. It does include cities like Minneapolis and Denver, and unfortunately these are going to be some of those spots that's going to be difficult for that firework display later this afternoon.
Pure Leaf Craft's real brewed iced tea using the highest quality tea leaves. No artificial flavors, nothing that doesn't make our tea better. Pure Leaf iced tea, real variety, real crew. Okay, so what if you have questions about our policy?
And what if it's late at night?
And what if someone supposed to mom having?
I'd stay firm with every what ifs. Hey, Mom.
Go.
What the neighbor?
Oh. Even that's easy. And that is all right. No, that's all right.
But she had bronchitis when she was singing during this performance. That's why she was so skinny. But she gained her weight right back. About the metaphysical status.
So happy young, I see, I have to you.
Target circling, coming July 9th to 15th at Target.com and in stores.
I'm not trying to have something run. Um, look at her. I got y'all on the curb. Can y'all see? Okay.
By Miss Lindsay.
Guess the fact is that no, that's not special. That no, that's not. I guess the river was that. Turn off your mind. You can on something like that. So what's the magic? I love me, want me. That's what you do. That's a child. Just the time. Oh my God, she does. You must try to enjoy and be forever. I want to someplace I got no to dream. That the name for him. Never be such a feeling. But what I love you, you do it for me.
Look back on my life, I feel. Tina Turner had an age with spirit. It was a joy to spend time with her. And she not finished all of it. Cena was almost 70 when she invited me to this private rock concert in 2008. During our 3.5 hour visit, she never said again. I just say so good. I mean, you thought not for sure. So then I looked it up. You can try. Really up there. Those girls on stage, I mean, once I go, hard time all the day. So you're 70 years old. It's amazing that. But yeah, that was it. Next year I am. I'm 70 years old. I just have energy. This
I'm 17 years old, guys. I'll be 18.
little wine
Let
shop
my-
ain't on off days, but not even now are off days. But I just don't need this is I was born with this. Yeah. Wrong shot. I'm not saying to make back under Argentina days. So they're gonna be the 17-year-olds and down. We arranged an intermission for them. So take a bit of break, go in a can and have some water. No. Tina's career started with her first husband in the Ike Tina Turner review in the 60s. Years later, Tina revealed that Ike's abuse nearly cost her life. It played out on the big screen in the movie about Tina's life, 1992's What's Love Got to Do with It, starring Angela Bassett. Tina Turner. My husband and I just died. And I'm supposed to open the gate for me too. I have produced six stories. There was always a black eye, a broken nose, a busted lip, I was telling things to the life, and it was just a matter of the things. But clearly, this reader, Tina left out. She flirt, turned to cleaning friends' homes. If life was all Tina, I'll tell you, I was pleased, I was happy. I used it on my way. At 94, she released her biggest solo hit and her career skyrocketed, selling more than 200 million records. It was 1977 around that time. Her life is progressively climbed and became better and better and better. Just think about this man. Not even on stage, the arrangements are mine. The musicians play as I want them to play. My stage performances are as I want them. Now, not as how I would have wanted. I've gone up with my new life. And it's wonderful. That new life included a pre-game Super Bowl performance in 2000. E.T. was there at rehearsal on the field and at her side. I'm getting kidding. How did I go out there? I want the whole. You made me forget there's a football game today. E.T. interviewed Tina 33 times over the decades, the first in 1981. It's fantastic to still be here and to do it. And while her look evolved, Tina's passion for rock and roll never moved. I just feel like we're finally, my style has caught up with the stuff, or there's obviously ahead of my own time. In 2008, Tina launched her 50th anniversary tour. It would be her ninth solo concert tour. It's easy to say, of course, it's fun, but the hard part is reading in something different, but yet still giving them the songs that they want to hear and that kind of performance.
See these trees right here? They're female trees. Introduce them.
But once in a while, you got to report something that you thought would be the worst thing. When you have it balance. Single Ricky is one of the greatest voices of our generation. Single Scott combination for a representative of this guy. Ricky Houston's died. Grammy running for the chain rancher, 48 years old.
3:43 yesterday afternoon, a member of Houston's entourage located her body inside this hotel. So far, police and the coroner are refusing to offer details about what may have caused her tragic death. Inside the iconic Beverly Hills remains a mystery. Paramedics raced to the fourth floor and found a lifeless Whitney Houston inside her hotel room bathtub. They tried in vain to resuscitate her with CPR. No. What? Yes, Tina Turner passed on at the age of 84. That news coming to us, according to her spokesperson, no cause of death was released. Now, the 8-time Grammy Award winner was known as simply the best. Turner rose to stardom when the act started by her ex-husband on the classic Proud Mary. Slightly questions. I don't know why she was. Someone said once that she's got fire in her stomach and it'll never go out. I started to think about that. He's probably right. I just have images. I was born with this music icon, Tina Turner, dead at 83. But that fire she mentioned is forever burning bright. I've been from but in the time of I'm sure there's a lot. I just hope that whatever that is possible, I think when I look back at my life, I did quite and the way that Tina's dead, tributes from Hollywood's elite are pouring in on social media. Diana Ross shared a photo with the legendary vocalist, writing, "Shock saddened, sending condolences to Tina Turner's family and loved ones." Shaka Khan posted, Tina Turner had an album break every rule that summed up her life and career. She may have left this plane, but her spirit and voice are immortal. Mariah Carey shared the word effect and reminded she thinks of Tina, legendary, iconic, diva, and superstar, and added, to me, she will always be a survivor and an inspiration to women everywhere. Well, Alicia Keys, she thanked Tina for inspiring her to live an authentic life. The song she sang gave us courage to step out and be our full selves. Then there's Angela Bassett. The actress who played Tina in the 1993 biographical film, What's Love Got to Do with It, reflected on Tina's life in a statement to ET. I am honored to have known Tina Turner. I am humbled to have helped show her to the world. She gave us her whole self, and Tina Turner is a gift that will always be simply the best. You get this image of her just being this lioness, this really just just wild and extemporaneous and whatever. And she just seemed to be just to know every moment what she was doing. The audience was experiencing. But she knew what was going on. Yeah, that was interesting. She even and that she has a lot of, self-respect and dignity. She was even in that image, maintaining, a self-respect and dignity, just not throwing it just all out there in a certain way that it was presented.
For the shots. We learn like technology. Me, Bill, and me learn that foundation. These first scholars.
What is over? This is the 24th season premiere of Oprah.
So you want me to start now?
Should I go in? Okay,
Yeah, we're ready. It had been 10 years since I've seen her. The most powerful interview I think I've ever done. So we're going up.
Oprah. Whitney. No topic off limits.
I want to stop tape now because I wanted to speak to Whitney for a minute.
A two-day event. The season premiere of Oprah starts now. Diva, superstar, icon. Whitney Houston giving us some of the greatest songs of our lives. For 2 decades, she gave us good love and was every woman. Behind all that megastar success was immense personal pain, drug abuse, rehab, a tumultuous 14-year marriage to R&B star Bobby Brown. After a controversial interview with Diane Sawyer in 2002, referred by many as the crack is whack interview, she virtually disappeared. For 7 years, Whitney has kept silent about it all. Now she's back with a powerful new album, I Look to You. I met it with Whitney at New York City's Town Hall Theater, a place close to her heart. And today, she's opening up like never before. So here we sit in the Town Hall Theater, which I understand has great meaning for you because when I first talked to my producers, I felt, we're not going to Whitney's house, we're not sitting in our living room, we're not, and they said, no, Whitney wants to do it at this place because it holds special memories and value. Why?
I'm on this. I was there to you. One hundred social account, which is my brother and myself in her app, and they back on her. And my mother recorded the version to Annie, the Broadway show, yeah. Tomorrow, so tomorrow. And I had the spotlight that come out. And I was like, oh, that's kind of wrong. And my mother was very much temple, and I will never forget. I was at this side of the stage. I walked up to this side, and I began to say, and the whole audience rushed to the stage. It was that moment that my mother said, God is found you, and this is what you're supposed to do. And it's on this stage here, I think it'll happen. I mean, I just remember that feeling of being, wow, okay. And my mom said, see, I told you, she said, you're doing good food. I was just doing, the kind of brain girl with this big
Look at these pictures of you. Every black girl in America, her favorite color. As a black girl, we have those pictures where our braids are those. We all have those pictures. It doesn't matter. Whitney Houston, myself, Condoleezza, we all have those. That's it, yeah. So then you become Whitney Houston.
Yeah.
I want to make sure y'all can see you.
To imagine the future, okay. How universities get it's so
So the very first time I had you on my show, however many years ago, I thought you are the voice.
yes.
You are the definitive, you are the voice. That was my name for you. You are the clubbing. The first person that would call me that, you are the voice, not the title, the voice. There was a time I read where you were actually thinking in this past 7 years, because you haven't done now since 2006, but you were thinking of, I read, going to an island and having a hoop station.
Yeah.
And my wife was doing some food drinks, some nice traditional organic food.
Yeah, it's a little organic food, me and my daughter, and then on the island, the beach, and everything. This was the life. rivers and I've been one on one, yeah. And I've done it all at that point in my thoughts. Yeah. However, I wasn't remembering the gifts that God gave me. I had time to kind of put that aside and my daughter was growing up with the eyes. And I was going to grab some of that. Just amazing how fast that happened. So I had these types of bags going. And I went this mushroom. I wanted to be the parent. I said that for a good time. I was this little parent too. And um
This morning, many will be celebrating the 4th of July with fireworks tonight, but some cities are starting a new tradition now, using drones instead. Janae Norman has a story, and Janae, this is for good reason too.
It is, but it's taking everything in me to not say, baby, you're a firework. Isn't that what Katy Perry said? I'll associate with the 4th of July for as long as we can remember. Now, we were an industry that didn't exist even 10 years ago. Drone light shows seen by many as a safer, quieter, more environmentally friendly alternative to fireworks. It's the 4th of July tradition being real by technology. Drone shows replacing fireworks displays in parts of the country. Drones already drowning out fireworks at this year's Super Bowl and multi-year celebrations. The alternative choice is a costly one. Small drone show could come with a big price tag, upwards of $20,000, compared to less than half that for fireworks. But in cities coast to coast already blanketed by smoke and blaze by some of the worst air pollution, pyrotechnics are being seen as a less explosive idea.
Thousands of Americans are look out the night sky, this July 4th, and see something new in the university of Florida. Like drone check. Drones are less safer. They are like computer machine. They're less noisy. So I think think you might see from a place, what, company fireworks?
In California, the North Shore of Lake Tahoe and La Jolla are both opting for 4th of July drone shows. Boulder, Colorado citing climate change fueled fire dangers as the reason for drones there. And Salt Lake City officials saying the city is choosing drones to be conscientious of good our air. I'm not get process. Wow, much I need. I'm doing I think that You can you know when I missed you, I just about yes,
Time for another huge next time it's registered personalized. Which company will imagine serious ones the grace and his force of God in course we are all meant to welcome it in transparently. What they used to
The most awarded female artist of all time. 6 Grammys and an Oscar. 7 consecutive multi-platinum albums. Tonight, the superstar returns. Oh my gosh, I love her hair. She closed it up like that. All of like she is doing right. I don't know, man. Big error. Thank you. Oh, can't see the way that he's making me just like about to it's such a voice, something like the something. To me, I can't say, oh, I will say, right, well, it's been a long, long time since I've been with anyone that's found my way. And love it, it's something such a me, touch this place. Oh, to voice something like it's so strange. Like a million dollar feel free. It's a deal. And what is makes you feel the same? The same. It's the best, right? Oh, down, got you straight around over the stage. And you feel good, you feel good, but I wanna stand in the air, say it.
Chosen galaxy of Eva. Cloud strikes upon your arm. There's something it's to be. There's still no time for you. I'll just go somewhere. It's up to now. It's the levitation that shows its power. Every day, oh, it's just oh. It's time. It's similar again. I'm a feeling down. You take shades on to that. Now we are so
It's a lot of work, y'all. Ah,
City believes in the tubers, the makers, the movers, and companies like you who process their international payments simply and securely.
One of the biggest superstars the woman has ever known, and our first guest was there to see it all. Now, after a couple of decades of silence, she's sharing her story of friendship in Whitney's in her book. It's called Song for You,
bye
My
bye.
Life. With Whitney Houston. Please welcome for the first time to our show, our Wendy exclusive Robin Crawford. Wow, thanks. I like your shoes. Hey, she can't plead Monica. Nice, Robin.
Thank you.
I'm sorry to cut yourself. I did that. I heard that your children had a hand in it. Yes, my son told me to wear black and white laces. So now he's 10. He's 10. They're both my daughters. Yeah. Robin got 2 children and a wife and a happy life in the tri-state area. Robin, I would tell you, we already had a conversation with all. Just to say,
How
hey.
you doing?
You met Dean on your team. How long were you? I had just turned 19. She was still 17 and so on. And where did you meet? We met at the Community Development Center in East Orange, University. That was summer jobs, right? And how was it with me back for that when you first met her? She was awesome. She had this presence that was just like, what's your name? And she said, Whitney Elizabeth Teresa. Oh. That's how she's introduced. She baked on you. With a handle. You know? That's good. I'll keep an eye on. So then summer camp ends and you guys maintain friendship. We got to know each other. What does that mean? Well, like any other girl, until 2 young teenage girls, working at a summer camp, you just kind of find out who you're gonna, who just gravitate to. Yeah. And we had a connection. And that's we go out for lunch together and we just clicked. And at that time, Whitney's mother, Sissy, was big in the gospel community. Whitney's mother was big in the background singing. That's how Whitney introduced her child. As yes, she was the ministress of music at New Hope Baptist Church. But Whitney took me through every single last artist and background vocals with her mother's Canada. And she does Canada. Wow. In the book, I lay out the tracks for you need to know. Sissy Houston, as Whitney put it, was no joke being paid triple scale. Wow. So, many of us had our first kiss at summer camp. Did you guys kiss at summer camp? Well, I did, yes, Camp Center. Well, I wasn't gonna. Well, all right. So, how did the romance start? As we got further into knowing each other and feeling comfortable, like Whitney was like, I'm a singer. That's okay. That's cool. And then I'd say to her something like, well, where do you sing? She said, well, at my church, New Hope Baptist Church, but I also auditioned for the Wiz, which Tisha Campbell, I think, got that part. Okay. He's also for Discovery. Had that right. So anyway, we just kept spending time together and wanted to be together. And she'd tell me these amazing stories about the music business. And music was huge back then. You had the album cover with the liner notes and you had to sit and go through.
and my family was big on music as well.
Right.
So we had a nice seesaw relationship on who was who in the music business. And much later that summer, she asked me to walk her to her home, and I did. And we just sat back on her sofa on the floor, and it was that time.
What time?
A time to just get a little closer. So we did, and it was just like that. Just a little closer, and it was
Let me ask you, are you Gold Star lesbian?
gold stuff.
Well, around here, they say that means you've never been with the opposite sex.
You know what?
Because you were 19, so did you know who you were at that time? I was around sexuality.
I was around sexuality and Dennis's child.
But in terms of your sexuality,
In terms of my sexuality, I would say that I prayed for someone, male or female, who would love me from me.
yeah.
Whoever that was.
Okay. So you were open.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you Whitney eventually got closer in a civil relationship. We saw it play out in the movie and stuff like that. I think did you see the movie? I like the movie. Oh, there she goes. There she goes. What's that here? By the way, I like your hair. I like a bumblebee.
Bumblebee, yeah. I need my bubbles to I got some fun caliber in that anyway.
Yeah. So then you became physical and how did that end though? Like, or why did it end?
You know, I want to say this. We have a friendship, a beautiful friendship. If you could have one person in this life that you could look at and communicate, which we could. We learned how to communicate without talking. You needed that in the beginning and for the entertainment world. But our friendship was so deep that we wanted to touch each other. And we did one night, and it was everything. And we knew then that everything was not all that would be.
Yeah,
You
sex
know,
is only a part of the relationship. Yeah.
You know what?
Or touching, only a part of the relationship.
It was just embracing everything that we had shared. And it was our moment. No one else was there, but maybe the creator.
Wait, at this point, had she signed with Arista Records? So she was on her way to being a pop star?
It was around the time
Okay.
that she had signed. It may have been right after that, not long right after that, but she had signed.
Right.
And
Did other people do strong suggestions that you all got to stop?
no, I mean, no, you don't go around professing something that's beautiful. You kind of keep it safe, and that's what we did. We kept it safe. It was between us. It stayed between us, and our friendship flourished because we sacrificed that for where we were going, and because of that rise was beautiful. It was also
Why did the romance end? The romance.
the romantic. You say, okay, Whitney said to me one day, she came to our house and she said, I don't think we should be physical. And because where we're going, if people found out about it, they would just move it against us. It's kind of like the fuel for the fire. It was the 80s. And that's how it was. You were either this or that. Women were treated. You couldn't see two of your favorite female artists in the same ticket. That was like a part of that stream. And I think spiritually for her and her belief, everyone knows when we gave a testimony before every award show, she gave her thanks to me. But she was steadfast and steady. She never went through. I took her to I chose to love her unconditionally. And I didn't do it over her. Yeah, she gave me a Bible. It was in a box, but she gave me a Bible. And she said, love me unconditionally. And I aspire to do that. And that's why I can sit here now. That woman's spirit is like this.
She be here.
So,
She would be here.
so prior to her meeting and marrying Bobby Brown, she did have a few different boyfriends, including Eddie Murphy and including he was a football player, basketball player. I forget. I was on the radio to get that. Yeah. All right. Well, all right now, big time. But she had these different relationships. And Jermaine Jackson, who I understand, he was the one that you really, you weren't jealous of Eddie. But
I wasn't jealous of anyone. I wasn't at all. I didn't have to be. Um, I knew where I stood with Brittany.
what about your relationship with Jermaine in your mind? So,
Okay, well, you know, this is during the Jacksons' reign.
yeah,
And we all love the Jacksons. We all grew up with them.
yeah.
And I wouldn't say that when you had a relationship or he was a boyfriend, they shared some time together. And during that time, it was our first apartment that we moved into.
You were with me
Yes,
in Jersey.
in Jersey. You would want your child at that time to have someone in her corner living together. So it was us. We clicked. She could trust me in that house and I could trust her.
Yeah.
So that wasn't an uncommon thing. But we we inscribed on the back of the Bible that she had given me that we would be loyal, honest, trusting, dedicated, and support each other. And emotionally, I guess I was still connected to her because I could tell while she was away in LA that something was happening. I could feel it. And that night I was on, I was on the floor just letting that just go through me. And when she called, it wasn't like she was bringing me into, guess what, girl? And I thought that's what friendship would roll to, and she wasn't open with me, and that that's how connected.
So what's it gonna be?
Um,
And yeah. This morning, tributes pouring in for the De Niro family after the loss of 19-year-old Leandro De Niro. His mother, actor Robert De Niro's 51-year-old daughter, Dream, writing in a message to her son on Instagram. You have been my joy, my heart, and all that was ever pure and real in my life. Adding, you were so deeply loved and appreciated, and I wish that love alone could have saved you. I'm so sorry, my baby. His grandfather, Robert De Niro, saying in a statement, I am deeply distressed by the passing of my beloved grandson, Leo. We're greatly appreciative of the condolences from everyone. We ask that we please be given privacy to grieve our loss of Leo. The cause of death is still unknown. NYPD says Leandro was found unresponsive on Sunday afternoon in an apartment building in Lower Manhattan. Leandro's father, the artist Carlos Rodriguez, posting photos in memory of him on Instagram, writing, You can't spell love without Leandro.
In a terrifying situation, but get this, take a look at this one right here. Riders got quite the ride after the roller coaster was struck with multiple people on it. First, with multiple people on upside down for 3 hours. Ambulances were at the West Coast ready to take people to the hospital after they were rescued. Everyone got off the ride safely, and no injuries were reported.
Yes, the best is Yeah. Back. We're gonna go on break for a few minutes and then I'll be back. Yeah. Yeah, I better put the computer on the charger, y'all. Oh, okay, let me um charge this computer. About did 2 hours, 9 minutes. How much percent do I have left? I have 19% left. Okay. To me. So that's good to know, like in the palace, the Arab stand up, like he was keeping it, it's really, 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 I'm very expensive.
These trees right there.
My God. What is that doing? What are you doing? Not gonna put a thing on set.
The ex-president's 37-count indictment details 2 incidents at his New Jersey golf club in 2021. She classified documents that he stole from the White House to random people. And then last week, we got the actual tape of one of those incidents.
That's what is
President
being
Leolah, military planning document about Iraq.
We wanted to attack Leolah.
He's really is.
right.
She's got another note to give it to me.
Right, all these classified documents.
Because
Declassified.
no, it's, you know,
It's Jewish, not covered. My God, secret, isn't it? It's classified.
Right,
After that tape was published last week, Trump tried to defend himself.
try to defend himself.
Are there any other authorities that you should be concerned with? I don't know of any regulators that we should be concerned with because I don't do things to do things right. I'm a legitimate person.
He is a legitimate person, you just not doing things wrong. But besides the evidence laid out in the indictment, and besides the tape of Trump claiming to show a document on Iran that he says is secret, on Saturday, Trump's former White House press secretary said she saw her ex-boss show classified documents at Mar-a-Lago. Look, you know Donald Trump. Is it plausible Trump was showing classified documents to people in private meetings?
The short answer is yes.
Yes.
I watched him show documents to people at Mar-a-Lago on the dining room patio. So he has no respect for classified information, never did.
Joining me once again, Harry Littman, Danya Perry, and Philip. Harry, what do you make of Stephanie Gerson's statement that she saw Trump showing people classified documents at Mar-a-Lago?
Right, what is she, what do you
I think it's really clear and credible. And look, it's interesting, Alicia, because to actually show documents that are classified is a whole different level of crime under the Espionage Act. That's actually the sort of thing. That's communication is enough. You don't have to turn it over if you actually show it to them. However, the indictment in paragraph 6 makes a big deal about those 2 incidents, as you said, in New Jersey, but they don't charge it. The same thing here. I think it's quite possible that they don't quite have this beyond a reasonable doubt. And yet, it's sort of like Danya was just saying about the corroboration of what kind of guy he is, whether or not they have the witnesses who can actually say, I saw it exactly, and this is what it said. It shows his absolute indifference to the national interest, his willingness to do it. That is a fair game for the U.S. to use, and from the indictment, we know they already will. Will there be a separate charge of actual dissemination? So far, we haven't seen it, and I think it's because they don't have the witnesses who can really say beyond a reasonable doubt, I saw it exactly. He brandishes things and shows them around and points toward them, but do we know that he actually said, look here, read this? It doesn't look as if Smith has that yet, but it doesn't totally matter. For the charges that he's bringing, it's really vivid evidence anyway, especially with an audio tape.
One of the biggest 4th of July parties in the country. Many people will line along the East River for tonight's annual Macy's Fireworks Spectacular.
And the NYPD will be there, major security in place for this annual festivity. CBS 2's Ellie Bauman live along the East River in Long Island City. Queen's Tally. Zane and Dick, this show is on rain or shine, and thankfully we have more shine than rain at the moment. You can see there are already people lined up on the piers behind me here. They're going to get a front row seat to these fireworks, but there are plenty of places all across New York City to see this famous display with their own eyes.
The barricades are up and crowds are getting in place for this year's Macy's 4th of July fireworks up at the East River. I say you have to wait a very long time and you have to be in place a couple hours and say that's tomorrow. We're gonna see. Starting at 9:25 p.m., more than 60,000 shells and effects will launch from 5 barges in the water.
70% of this year's show is brand new to the skies over the East River. Really excited. Tons of new elements that are going to animate, change a variety of colors, 4 or 5 different hues of color from 1,000 feet in the air all the way down to the water's edge.
You'll be able to see the show from 3 boroughs, including
Yeah,
the
yeah.
FDR in Manhattan between East 20th and 42nd Streets, Gantry State Plaza Park in Queens, and several waterfront parks in Brooklyn. The NYPD will be checking bags at city-run access points and said
And finally, Macy's 4th of July fireworks tomorrow night. The big event kicks off right here on NBC, of course, with a star-studded lineup of performers. Check out who's taking the stage.
Ashanti, Double, and
Joe Gold, Lady Wilson, LL Cool J, EJ Z Trip with the Roots, plus chart topper Baby Rexa, and she is actually going to be stopping by our studio tomorrow morning to share the behind-the-scenes scoop about the big show. You're not going to want to miss that one. Don't forget to tune in to the Macy's 4th of July fireworks. It's tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern on NBC and streaming.
Shoe Can.
Rachel Bulldogs.
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't miss the Today Show every weekday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 Pacific on our streaming. Oh, what's this? The Sophia Vergara collection at America's Best? Wow, amazing styles and unbelievable prices. Now that's quite the duo. Get 2 pairs of Sophia Vergara plates plus a free exam for $89.95 for a limited time at America's Best. This. Yeah. This is right there. And chase the room to our cones, like I keep the corners in the strong record spots that are known to sign the face from the start with the phone numbers. Ladies, their face topics, the haters say straight fellow about. My last album was the stride. They wanna know if we still got you. They say scratch shit. They wanna know how I'm feeling by you. Ain't shine from the face. Dr. Strange is the name on my head of my cage. Still, up in my lips, up in cheeks. Still not loving police. Still rock my khakis with his cup and a crease. Still got love with the streets, ripping to one street. Still the beach bag, still doing my thing. Since I left, ain't too much change. Each represent for the chases all across my still hitting colors in the club like still taking my time to perfect the beat. And I still got love for the streets. It's the feeling I'm living for the chases all across my still hitting colors in the club like still taking my time to perfect the beat. And I still got love for the streets. Cause this is the last time it's fun for me to also streets. Well, it's no way different again. I get my hands to the streets. Signed in the down. Triple flat, I'm doing a picture big still. I stay close to the heat. Even when I was close to the beat, I moved so much people. Like flat the track, I moved to the beat. Street rap like Cali, we like smooth till I sleep. Wake up in the air, compose a beat. I bring the fire to you, something that you see. It's not a strip, kiss but try on the shoes. Let's turn out the lights from the world class. Wretched women, stitch lighting, after the mass bags. It's a whole drive-bys and acmatics. Swash me, sticky green and fast traffic. I tips move and I kiss you. Still on the head, for the change to help the crossroad. Still, it colors in the club like still, taking my shine to perfect the beat. And I still got love for the streets. It's the fear of the change to help the crossroad. Still, it colors in the club like still, taking my shine to perfect the beat. And I still got love for the streets. It's the CRA. It ain't nothing but mohawk. Another classic 50 with the daughter boss with, but you're cooling on the cover up with your flush. Lay back in the shack, play this track, don't represent for the same as all across the world already. Yeah, you know this in the club, but I'll break your neck. Damn, you put your face in your shower. Try to be the king or the aces. You know it's not for time. Doctor Trey, feed the game, still running the game, still. Got it strapped like a moment. Still ain't tripping up. Young blacks get funny. Spend time out the hood. Took their moms out the hood. My boys over jobs. Come on, live this hard. Don't be choose every state. Driving fancy cars. Still don't get fired. For the change to help the culture. Hit the colors and look. Still taking my shine to perfect the vision. And I still got y'all for the streets. It's the fear I need. I can change this over the culture. So still hit the colors. Keep my shine to perfect the vision, and I still got you for the streets. Even if you got my head, when change this up across the hit it colors and colors. Keep my shine to perfect the vision, and I still got you for the streets. Even if you got my head, bring back the beat. 9-5 plus 4 minutes, man, that's the done. DRE, right back up the top of the smoke so much you got. No strings, no seeds, no stairs, no stairs. And some of that was so sticky it hits. So wait, put it in the chair. Or use a phobia.
So, what are your questions about our policy? And what if later, next thing we're supposed to take longer?
I stay farm with everyone else. Hey mom, go. Like the neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Calling all Oreo fans. The real fans. Oreo frozen treats.
As the explanation might be. She turns then those parties are we go to Holland. He was in Holland and one community that I was involved with much of his work, sure it's in Holland, we made at the job. And I kind of started the job. And we were trying to be there during my time. And I know that, I get it. Even now, like looking when I put it, I get it. And then when people say that, when you're with someone different, it's not just showing love. The previous person lost the award, it's just you are different. My love that I had for one night student, see how it's different than the love that I had for the one that I feel is over the time. Um, I do think that the love that I had with the one that I know is very inside is stronger, because I, tolerate more. I'm open up to this person more than I do with my husband, but it also can be ever. And I friends more with this person versus the other one. But there is one my husband about love. It's just I love them too. It's a different love. So it's no sense in more love. So I really when he said that he was more than each different. Um, I believe that when the learning ethical is much deeper and much more, um, it was a new there, it was new, because you never want to woman like that. So introduced him to the world of being love. And it was, it was fresh, not immature love, it was, innocent love, premature love. It was, it was just youth and excited. If and you would just talk about and then the second one, he loved her. It's just a different that he didn't it doesn't mean that it is trash and things just was different than the time before. And then the scriptures and how the relationship was different. It was different from each other. And and then what I said is that all three relationships with this time frame, different eras, and graphic. He was the same as younger. Um, the middle ones were some middle at the time. Oh, yeah, that's still very much reality adult and it's still adult. And then the latest one is later that is like English, they're going through different because why? He was wondering and he was like he was like I almost said later a lot of things that it's not from him, but you know, a lot of things like you got it down, young got things young kind of business like so it's just you look at you say it like this and you probably know something like the relationship. So maybe so it doesn't mean that he loves you and loves you or more. And she doesn't even know each other people and you love him. Anything goes in the world if you know that whatever the meaning that he considering, everything is free. He's always true. He's always confident. He's always been a song to the he's ready to continue days of life and like the one who see. So the love with her is for real. It's very much oh, yo, what's going on? Hey, sweet, Xavier. Hey. Hey, Deborah. History. Rashawn. Nina, Lady Lydia, Angel. You see, I got the angel hat on. Yeah, I gotta talk to you all today. Hey, Mike Jerkins, Pamela, hey, Ken. I know you guys been wondering where I've been. I've been in prayer. I really have. Hey, Nay. Hey, Dion. Can you guys hear me good? Somebody say yes if you can hear me pretty good. Can you guys hear me? Yes, you can hear me, Mike? Mike said yes. Yes, okay, good. Glad you guys can hear me. I had to come and talk to you guys today. How you all doing? How's everyone? Oh, God. I got work to do for you. Yes. Leolah has a lot of work to do, guys. Me, Pamela, Ashley. I'm gonna let you guys hit the like button as you guys come in, okay? Please hit the like button for me. I got a surprise for everybody, but I'm not gonna tell you all what it is yet. You just gotta wait a few more days. Been working hard. Been working very hard. Oh, really, Angel? You taking care of your 97-year-old grandmother? Wow. Like button, guys. As you come in. Please hit the like button. Hit the like button. What you guys been doing?
Got a lot to talk to you all about. And I'm gonna go into a few things today, and I'm gonna really explain to you guys why I do what I do. There's a lot of things that I found out. Somebody visited my home the other day. We've been in prayer too, yeah, that's good. We all need to stay in prayer. Stay in prayer with the Father. Trust me. Stay in prayer, you guys. Keep God close to you in this hour. And I'm gonna say this. Kay Kelly said, I'm gonna say this to everybody. Yeah, prayer is needed. We all need to pray. God is doing some things. He's actually taking and leaving in this hour. Yeah. And but the whole reason why Leolah, hit the like button, guys, please. The whole reason why I do what I do is for God. Always keep that in mind. And I try to do my part in the world to me go my own self. I try to do my part in the world to help God. You understand? Bring the truth. The more that I find out, the more that it breaks my heart. But I know that I have a duty by God to always speak the truth so that we as people can change and not do what we do. The evil that people do to others. It's so wrong. It's so wrong. Hey, Sonia. Ramadan Kareem. Yes. Assalamualaikum. Sister Sonia Muhammad. Yes. Ramadan Kareem, Ash. Yes, that's right, Crystal. To whom much is given, much is required. Hey, Lady T. Yes, Crystal. Apologies. I love it. Whitney suffered. She suffered a horrible death. Yes, she did. And the sad part is, she's not getting any justice. But I found out some things. I found out why nobody's fighting for me. And it hurts. It breaks my heart. It's so sad how people can. I don't understand how people can do things. And of course, to tell you all something, you all know that I pray. I tell you all the time that I have forgiven those because
Well, guys, I've watched that episode. If you want to go watch it yourself, all you have to do is look up Leolah Brown, the Absolute Truth. That is Leolah's YouTube channel. So that's all you have to do. Basically, you can look up any Whitney Houston video that's already been posted. Anything to do with her funeral, her death. You can look up all that stuff that's going to pop up. No matter how many years it's been.
Plans getting finalized tonight for inside and outside New Hope Baptist Church in Newark. Parts of Newark, New Jersey's biggest city, tonight virtually closed off to fans. Access will be limited for much of the weekend.
Eyewitness News cameras were there tonight when Whitney Houston's family, including her daughter and mother, said their private goodbyes at the funeral home. Then on Sunday, a private burial reportedly at the cemetery where her father is buried. Tonight, police and workers preparing for that. Eyewitness News reporter NJ Burkett is at the church with new details of tomorrow's funeral service. NJ?
And Sade, it may have been the most moving moment we've witnessed all week. Whitney Houston's mother and her 18-year-old daughter stepping into the funeral home hand in hand. A scene few people could have imagined just 1 week ago tonight. Outside the Wiggum funeral home tonight, Carolyn Wiggum greeted well-wishers on behalf of the family, offering memorial photographs of Whitney Houston. How are they holding up? To the best of their ability. It's not easy. I know this. The wait this evening lasted 2 hours. A police escort arrived bearing Whitney Houston's family and a handful of close friends, including her mentor, Clive Davis. Whitney Houston's daughter, Bonnie Christina Brown, stepped from a limousine, greeted Sissy Houston, and grandmother and granddaughter entered the funeral home hand in hand. The church service will be private, invitation only, and will draw some of the biggest names in music, film, and television. Kevin Costner, Beyonce, Oprah Winfrey, Stevie Wonder, and Aretha Franklin. The Newark Police Department, already stretched to the limit by the city's rising crime rate, is deployed here like an army. Several streets around the church and the funeral home will be closed. No cars or pedestrians between Norfolk and Hoyt Streets, as well as Sussex and Central Avenue.
It's arrested.
Fans of Whitney Houston who have converged on Newark Central Ward.
Because if you guys didn't know, they were going to have a public funeral for Whitney Houston at the Staples Center. That was what was scheduled. That was really what was supposed to happen. But you know, when a celebrity dies at that, you have to leave it in their hands. It's their wishes. If they want to be flown to Los Angeles from North Carolina or from wherever, it's their decision. And it was in Whitney's decision to have her funeral in New York City. She had her funeral in New York City. That was for her, the family. That's something that she wanted. She wanted the funeral to be in New York City, then have her body flown to New Jersey to have the funeral. Basically, that's what she wanted. And that's what I want as well. I want to be buried in a gold casket, hopefully, when that time comes. A very long time from now, you know, many, many years. I would love to be 100, but I don't know. You know, if the Holy Spirit allows that to happen, then so be it. But, you know,
Wish they could attend, but they understand why they can't.
We're so sorry that we couldn't get the public room, but you have to, what the family would like to have, let them do what they would like to do. You know, you don't know what they're feeling.
Hey, it's your dry skin. Every day in these ceramides I need to see my moisture. Ceram.
I should stay. I'm alone, living your way. So I go, but I know I'll think of you every step of the way.
there's Oprah, Tyler Perry, Diana Store, so many people.
And
Mhm.
Oh, where you go, how I'm not watching.
This is the actual funeral part. I didn't see all the funeral. I was just so upset. Catchy. I was sweet. That is all I'm speaking with me. So about please don't cry. We both know I never should. Me. Dang it, look at all them people. I love like kind and down. Dream of love. You know we see joy and happiness. Look at all this. I wish you love.
For too long, and going on in some position, so then you never look it up.
Look at her chest, they had all them flowers. Everybody loved Whitney Houston. And J.J. Jones at that. I got the book out first, me and Leolah. My sister skipped her baby.
That's Mr. Kevin Constantine. And it's words. Because
This feels right. I'd like to thank Sissy and Dion for the honor of being here. For everybody in the church treating my wife and I so gracefully. I'm going to say some stories, maybe some of them you know, maybe some of them you don't. I wrote them down because I didn't want to miss anything. The song I Will Always Love You almost wasn't. It wasn't supposed to be in the movie. The first choice was going to be What Becomes of a Broken Heart. You'd been out the year before in another movie and felt that it wouldn't have the impact, so they couldn't use it. So what becomes of our broken hearts? Whitney returns home today to the place where it all began.
And by the way, the crazy thing about it is they had her funeral at the place where the man that raped her when she was a child. And I've been saying this ever since before the book came out and after. This woman had her funeral at the place where the man who raped her. And I'm not saying this is true, but go back to Leola's YouTube channel. She will tell you exactly what happened. I don't gotta tell you anything. I know exactly what happened, everything that happened to Whitney. Her mother knows what happened, but I don't know what the type of woman Sissy was back in the 70s when all this happened, or 60s or whatever. Who knows what type of, upbringing she had back then. Think about it. That's when all the, riots was going on. White people were very racist towards black people. And, and the thing about me is I'm not racist towards people like that because we all shed the same blood. The difference is I only have a quarter of white in me. That's it. The rest is Indian. But the other 75% is Indian, but that 25%, that quarter is white from my mom's side of the family. My grandma Jean was white. Her dad was completely Indian. And I heard just all inside and outside across the nation and around the world to dry our tears, suspend our sorrow, perhaps our anger, just long enough. Just long enough to remember the sweet miracle with never forgetting that Sissy, Bobby, Christina, some moments. Your mother and I had a lot in common. I know many at this moment are thinking, really? If she's a girl, you're a boy. You're white. She's black. We heard you like to sing. Oh, guys, I'll come right back to you.
It's the moment that shocked the nation. It's not all. It has
Just fun.
It happened at the funeral for Whitney Houston's only daughter, Bobby Christina Brown, affectionately called Chrissy by her family. And this is her aunt, marching right over to reporters. What followed was a verbal tirade that was, in a word, jaw-dropping. I have
Information. It's not over.
Evidence. It's not over. It's not over. It's not over.
Then I'll be speaking on.
But that was all she had to say until now. In this instance of Leolah Brown, the older sister of Whitney's ex-husband, singer Bobby Brown, is revealing what led to her outburst.
we're surrounded by people that can't nothing. Nothing. nothing for her. They didn't care about her, just like they didn't care about Whitney.
It was widely reported that Leolah was thrown out of the service after she launched a verbal attack at Pat Houston, Whitney's sister-in-law, who planned the funeral. There were these reports that Tyler Perry.
No, that's not true. What happened?
What?
Not
I
true.
got it.
Yeah.
And when I saw Pat making her way to the closing, it was just be, I turned and I looked at
I
Pat,
said-
and said, Pat, this is wrong.
You know, you're wrong for this.
We will actually you from the day of Brittany. What was wrong that was going on that you would say that Brittany was talking from great. The whole setup of the funeral was just not right to me. There were, because he has a lot of, none of them were on the program to be pallbearers. But I walked out with her because I couldn't sit there no more.
After the funeral, friends and family members took a party bus to Pat Houston's home outside Atlanta. They chanted Bobby Christina's name when they arrived at what was reportedly a Sweet 16 themed party. Something Pat Houston planned because Bobby Christina never had a Sweet 16 of her own.
What did you think of Sweet 16 themed funeral? Of course it was
Crazy.
crazy. That is the most, at this time, you want to do a 16, Sweet 16.
She died at 22. She
No,
died at
that's
22.
like-
She lived. This is what happened. She went in. They're saying that she allegedly went into a coma at 21. She lived till 22. And my thing is, she was not in a coma for 6 months all that time. No, she woke up. Her eyes were wide open. Ask Leolah, because me and Leolah have been contacted. Me and her have a little chat, thing we're going on Instagram. And, she doesn't, message me on a daily, but she sent me some very, heartfelt messages about, just love and support. It was just some emojis that, had, how they send the heart eyes, they have hope, they have hearts coming out of them, like basically stuff like that. Just showing love and support for me and my YouTube channel. So
Have a big tour bus. Time bus. Run the house.
Everybody okay?
5 months, Bobby Christina was on life support. The nation wondered what was going on.
You walk into her hospital. I looked at Bobby Chris. And she was just wrong. The machine was breathing for her. And she was just like, helpless. I walked around shocked, like, what happened?
Then came published reports that an unidentified family member had taken a photo of Bobby Christina as she lay dying and sold it to a tabloid magazine.
Did you take that photograph? Hell no.
Like the rest of us, Leolah Brown can't get over how Whitney Houston's life came to such an end. Now Whitney's only child is gone too.
At some point, we have to wake up and realize that this thing is just too close, too similar. Mother, daughter, open bathrooms. Something is very, very, very wrong. That picture.
Testing ring, where we make sure each Blue Bunny treat has the perfect amount of fun.
There are disturbing new allegations today about the death of Whitney Houston's daughter, Bobby Christina.
I want the world to know that Bobby Christina did not die from the bathtub incident. That's not what killed Bobby Christina. What killed Bobby Christina? Bobby Christina was starved to death.
Leolah Brown says new evidence suggests her niece was beaten before she was found in her bathtub.
Somebody wanted her dead.
The autopsy report shows 22-year-old Bobby Christina was undernourished and weighed only 93 pounds. She was also missing 2 teeth. They may have been knocked out. There were other mysterious bruises on her head, arms, and thighs. Leolah Brown says she blames Bobby Christina's boyfriend, Nick Gordon.
This is a young man who swears to God that he loves my niece. But yet you drag her up the steps, you pull her by her hair. You pull her by her hair and you punch her in the face and you knock 2 of her teeth out her mouth.
On the Dr. Bill show, Nick Gordon denies any wrongdoing. He blames Bobby Christina's father, Bobby Brown, for her abuse of drugs.
What do you say about it, Jim?
He was delusional. He hurt his own daughter, not me, you know. 'Cause I was going there for her while she was going through everything, dealing with him. Not being there. I was trying to be there for her.
But Leolah Brown, Bobby's sister, is firing back on Inside Edition.
He is a monster. Nick Gordon is a monster. He is a monster. If he can do this to Chrissy, somebody that did nothing but love. That's evil.
And another bombshell. Does Whitney Houston have a secret daughter?
Yes, there is a woman out there claiming she's Whitney Houston's daughter.
According to Leolah, the woman claims Whitney became pregnant with her as a teenager in high school and gave her up.
I'm going to try to help her as much as I can.
It was the moment that shocked the nation.
It's not over. It has just begun.
It happened at the funeral for Whitney Houston's only daughter, Bobby Christina Brown, affectionately called Chrissy by her family. And this is her aunt, marching right over to her quarters. What followed was a verbal tirade that was, in a word, jaw-dropping.
I had information and I had evidence. It's not over. It's not over. It's not over. And Houston, I'll be speaking out.
But that was all she had to say until now. In this edition exclusive, Leolah Brown, the older sister of Whitney's ex-husband, singer Bobby Brown, is revealing what led to her outburst.
Chrissy was surrounded by people that cared nothing. Nothing for her. To make it care about her. Just like they would.
It was widely reported that Leolah was thrown out of the service after she launched a
I'll be the judge of that.
Searchable, verify, and refuse.
That's better than the ham I've never said.
Booking.com, looking done.
Yeah.
Right now, I do a silent.
No go.
Without having to you.
My TV and get the problem. Now I ain't got. But I'll do what you can see. Welcome to privacy.
So if you all remember, I did a video back in November about the Bobby sister in the Serenity House and how Bobby's wife
Y'all not
Alicia's
going
name
to
was on it.
escape.
And Bobby's sister Leolah was completely livid and decided to tell it all in her Facebook post. Now, I discussed in that post that Leolah has always been right about the deaths of both Whitney Houston and also Bobby Christina. Well, that still stands true. And I went to go visit Leolah for the weekend back at the beginning of January. And I interviewed her about this absolutely jaw-dropping story. Now, due to situations beyond my control, that video will not be released However, she did go on Facebook Live yesterday and pretty much reiterated everything that was told to me in our interview. So I
Yeah.
decided to piece that
Basically,
together along with
yes.
some discrepancies that were told to us in the media and show you that despite anything, I still wholeheartedly believe that Leolah is telling the truth. And these deaths were indeed, like she said, an elaborate cover-up. First and foremost, the media led us to believe that Chrissy was unresponsive the entire time. That's absolutely not true. Now, again, I've always believed Leola, but I fact checked her story and everything she said came out to be the truth. Now, upon researching, I see that Brandy Bean, who happens to be Whitney Houston's goddaughter, referred the Brown family to a prophet, Dr. Jolie Harris. And I looked him up and I found a video. And when I tell y'all the story will have you looking at the story completely differently and bring tears to your eyes, please just make sure you watch it and I'll be back with some more.
Coma. I was told that she had some issues with her liver, kidney failing. I was told that at one point they were saying that she's having breathing problems. So I wasn't sure, and I knew that until I would come to see her myself and let God take a vision inside, I would not know. But that was the scenario that I had to work with. But coming to see her, I knew that I was dealing with a person that had been struck upside the head. I knew that the person was a drowned victim. So I had to come, how do you say, in that light and respect. They said that she was in a coma, but I noticed right away that she was not in a coma. The coma that they stated she was in because she had motor skills. When you tell the truth, sometimes the truth is so real that it's hard to tell it without tears. But once again, Princess Bonnie Christina Kay was on her. Yeah. And she was laying on a pillow. And when Brandon said, look at the father doctor, she raised her head and she was shaking a half an inch. She looked at me and she raised another inch. And then she raised about maybe 2 inches above her pillow and she stared. When she stared at me, she looked through me. When I said that she looked through me, she knew everything that was in my mind, my heart, my mind. She was in acceptance. Her stare was to let me know that I know you're here. I know God sent you. I know that you're a servant here to do the will. And at that point in time, when she raised her head, it wasn't all the way up, but she raised it enough to let us know that she did with all of her strength, with all of her might, meaning she used her faith. Every little bit she had, let us know that she recognized that God was here to get real. After walking around her, viewing her, seeing that nothing was connected to her body, I asked Bonnie if I could do a little pressure points with her, check her blood, see what was alive, see what was still working. I said, because they're telling me one thing, but I want to see God's one. So he wants me to deal with this directly. So Bonnie did. Go ahead. So I took Princess Bonnie Christina's left hand and I put some pressure points of her hand. I took her right hand. And I squeezed and went through pressure points of her right. I did her left foot and I did her right foot. When I did her left foot, Princess Bonnie Christina kicked out. When I pressed the pressure point in her feet, I could feel her blood shoot up the ladder, rush up the vessel.
For the heat's not powerful. And what is your gimmicks? Not in their needs. Talking about shocking size in all those things. Plus, the hard times, it fighting to this. So these keep saying, go into she house. It's up. Yeah. Here.
Time for hot topics. Look, I've got something to tell you. And it's not good. Depending on how you feel. Well, guess which Hollywood family wants to be the next Kardashians? Demi Moore and her daughters. I think this is lowbrow. I think that Demi Moore, who's worth over $100 million, they don't need the money. And then, the father, Bruce Willis, he was going off and married, made a new family, but they can protect their three daughters together.
Five years ago, the eve of the Grammys, came the shocking news that music superstar Whitney Houston was found dead in her hotel suite at the Beverly Hilton.
Miss Houston's body was pulled from the bathtub.
She was found face down in a water-filled bathtub with drugs nearby.
So what happened to that now infamous hotel room here at the Beverly Hilton? Whitney Houston was an icon with such a huge following. You'd think that room might become a magnet for tourists. But the hotel made sure that didn't happen.
This one is where she actually died in. Notice they took the number off the door.
In this YouTube video, a fan searches for Houston's room weeks after her death. He discovers the number 434 has been removed. The $500 a night suite that looked much like this one was reportedly taken out of rotation after the hotel was overwhelmed by requests from guests to stay there. But look what our producer found this week.
434.
The number 434 is back. The Beverly Hilton told us, out of respect to the family and fans of Whitney, all original contents and furnishings of the guest room where she stayed were removed. Space has been thoroughly refreshed.
No one knew it then, but Whitney Houston's final performance was Thursday night, an impromptu duet at a Hollywood club. Chris Collins back now with more on that. We spoke with Kelly Price. She, of course, was going to sing with Whitney on Thursday. Hey, Chris.
Hey, George, that's right. Kelly Price, of course, was a longtime friend of Whitney's and a very special person to her. She threw a pre-Grammy party on Thursday night, and Whitney was there. And the result, his sister.
We laughed and we joked and we cracked up and we danced.
Said that's what they're gonna do, 17.
She was never more than 2 feet from me the entire night. I just gave her a hug, and while I was talking, she's home from my house.
It's something we'd like to remember that.
It's a much bigger moment than I could even imagine. It was a big moment just because it was really nice. World got gift and they got an opportunity to see her perform one last time. There's so much.
You see what people have said about that night. The fact that there was blood on her legs or that she was acting in an unusual
No, I
way.
don't see that.
What did you see of her that night?
It was a great event, and she left sweaty, and I've heard the word disheveled. That's about right. When you stand up for 3 hours and you're dancing, you would leave a club looking that way. She didn't look like she was under the influence of anything. She drank champagne and toasted Kelly Price's 3 Grammy nominations Thursday night. That's what Whitney Houston did.
The tragedy of Bobby Christina Brown and Whitney Houston finally came to an end today.
The 22-year-old was buried next to her mother at a cemetery in New Jersey. Entertainment Tonight's Kevin Frazier was their longtime family friend. He joins us now with what that was like. I will tell you this, the ceremony was very brief, and it was under the tent to give the family privacy, but it was gut-wrenching. It was so tough on the family. They were inconsolable, and it was one of those moments that you don't wish on anybody. As you mentioned, Bobby Christina was later to rest right next to her mother and also her grandfather. At the funeral home this morning, Dionne Warwick, Chrissy's Aunt Pat, and grandmother Sissy Houston. Sissy then, with her hands folded in prayer during the procession to the burial site. The actual burial was held under a tent so the family could have some privacy. Neither Bobby Brown nor Tyler Perry attended the burial. Dionne Warwick laid a rose on Chrissy's casket. Meanwhile, Pat and Sissy Houston held each other, sobbed.
It would be the last performance of her life.
We are learning more about the final moments of Whitney Houston's life.
10 years later, we're still grappling with the loss of one of our greatest stars. Tragic circumstances of her final day. Here's the timeline. Wednesday, February 8th. Whitney was spotted leaving her doctor's office in Beverly Hills. She was treated for a sore throat. Whitney headed back to her suite here at the Beverly Hilton Hotel. She was in town for the Grammy Awards. Later that day, witnesses said she was acting strangely and wandering aimlessly in the lobby. They said that she looked disheveled, smelled of alcohol and cigarettes, and her clothes were mismatched. Thursday, February 9th, Whitney crashed a TV interview with her mentor, Clive Davis, and singers Brandy and Monica. Her hair was dripping wet. Later that night, Whitney surprised everyone by joining singer Kelly Price on stage at a pre-Grammy party. No one could have imagined the end was near. The final images of her were taken as she left the party. Her hair messy, her face sweaty. Saturday, February 11th. In the morning, Whitney spoke with her cousin, Dionne Warwick, on the phone. She was so up and ready and happy. She had everything in the world to live for, Dionne would later say. Later, Whitney ordered lunch from room service. Burger, french fries, a turkey sandwich, jalapenos, and champagne, which she finished in the bathroom. 3:43 p.m., Whitney took a bath. Her hairdresser became concerned that she'd been in there for so long. She knocked on the door. She didn't answer. She went in, found the superstar face up in a water-filled tub. She and the bodyguard pulled Whitney out, called 911, and frantically tried to revive her. But it was too late. As Whitney lay dead on the fourth floor, a pre-Grammy party went on downstairs. You could actually hear the music blaring while the crime lab team was parked outside. Music journalist Garrett Kennedy is the author of the new book, Did We Almost Have It All? Defense of Whitney Houston.
The circumstances of the divorce made it this almost Shakespearean ending to this, tragic tale that we have seen slowly play out for a long time.
It's hard to believe 10 years have gone by since her family and the world lost Whitney Houston.
She is such a once in a generational voice.
What's the great ABC Cecilia Vega, who joins us live from the Beverly Hilton Hotel in Los Angeles. Cecilia?
Yes, good morning, George. It happened here at 3:43 yesterday afternoon when a member of Houston's entourage located her body inside this hotel. So far, police and the coroner are refusing to offer details about what may have caused her tragic death. Exactly what happened inside the iconic Beverly Hilton remains a mystery. Paramedics raced to the fourth floor and found a lifeless Whitney Houston inside her hotel room bathtub. They tried in vain to resuscitate her with CPR.
That
3:55 PM this afternoon. Whitney Houston was pronounced dead at Beverly Hilton Hotel.
The scene inside her room was chaotic. ABC has learned it appears members of Houston's entourage found her unresponsive body and called hotel security. But just about a half hour earlier, Houston's mother, Sissy, reportedly spoke to her daughter and said nothing was out of the ordinary. Houston's cousin, Dionne Warwick, also reportedly spoke to her over the phone earlier in the day and said everything seemed fine. Houston was staying at the hotel to attend music industry executive Clyde Davis's annual pre-Grammy bash. It is the same event where she was introduced to the record industry nearly 3 decades ago. Hours after her death, the party still went on. The scene was surreal. The Beverly Hills Crime Lab parked outside, paparazzi camped out waiting for Houston's body to emerge. Inside, a star-studded lineup of speeches and songs. Her final days were marked by questions about her sobriety. Houston's stay at the Beverly Hilton involved heavy partying, according to news reports, and then early Friday morning, what would become Houston's final performance. Houston was wet with Grammy nominee Kelly Price at a party at a Hollywood nightclub. Houston was there with her daughter having a good time, but after cheers on stage, these photos of the disheveled, bloated, and agitated Houston leaving. She reportedly had blood dripping down her leg, scratches on her wrist, and had to be escorted from the club. But the people who knew her said she was simply sweating from her performance. As the adorable daughter of pop icon Whitney Houston, Bobby Christina Brown was thrust into the spotlight at a tender age. Born in Livingston, New Jersey in 1993, she was the only child of Houston and R&B singer Bobby Brown. At just 12 years old, her family's drama was turned into reality TV fodder on Being Bobby Brown. I want you to know, lady. Then in 2012, tragedy. Whitney died suddenly. Her mother's shocking death sending Bobby to Cedars-Sinai
He was murdered
in Los Angeles.
Make it. We also is good, y'all.
As Bobby tried to recover from the loss, cameras went along for Lifetime's The Houstons on her own.
That girl's just been there alive. Miss you so much.
Estranged from her father for nearly 2.5 years after Whitney's death, she shared this photo of them reuniting in June of 2014. Her parents struggled with addiction, and Bobby, too, faced allegations of drug use.
I wanted to do right. And we got her. The right place in her life.
But Bobby tried to move forward, explaining on Oprah's next chapter how she was coping with her mother's death.
I can hear her voice, in spirit talking and telling me, keep moving, right here, I got you.
As Bobby Christina dealt with the loss of her mother, she sparked a romance with Nick Gordon. The relationship raised eyebrows. Days before she was found unresponsive in a bathtub at the home she shared with Gordon, she posted these photos on Instagram and tweeted, "Miss you, Mommy, so much. Loving you more every second." Now, more than 3 years after her mother's death, the 22-year-old's life also cut short by pain and tragedy. Yep.
Pain and tragedy.
We now know what caused the death of singer Whitney Houston. She was, of course, found dead in a hotel bathtub last month. On Thursday, coroner's officials said she drowned accidentally. Houston also had at least 5 different drugs in her system and also had heart disease.
Correspondent is here with a closer look.
Good morning. Good morning. Well, I think we know that she had drowning, and they're saying she had atherosclerosis, which means that she had some clogging of the arteries and narrowing, and that she also had cocaine. The question is, how did they all combine to kill her? I think that the fascinating thing here is that somebody can have absolutely perfectly normal home. She just
Check cocaine, marijuana,
Xanax,
flexible,
and it can kill
vinegar.
them by causing spasm
That
and
is
clotting. And there's an
5
amazing
different
stat that I
drugs.
learned last night that just blew me away. If you take cocaine, the odds in the next 60 minutes of you having a heart attack go up 24 times, 2,400%.
Wow. So what about the water in her lungs and that kind of thing that would indicate drowning? Well, one of the things, there's no counter there, so we don't know exactly what happened. And these pathologists, I don't really envy them, have to try to piece together this story. So you get water in your lungs if you're breathing. So how did she get water in her lungs? Well, she either had a heart attack and slipped into the water, or she still had a few breaths and in that came, or she blacked out. Maybe she was unconscious because of a combination of the cocaine and these other medications, which they're saying did not contribute.
Ask about it, and among those other medications, Xanax, we talked about recently on this program, Benadryl, something called Flexeril, and they said specifically these other drugs did not contribute to her death. How do you know? I mean, as a pathologist, you're the coroner, you're looking at it, that they didn't play any role.
I spoke to one of the assistants at the coroner's office last night who was part of this investigation. I specifically asked that question. You have Flexeril, which is a muscle. It relates to the muscles. Right. Each one of these things takes you out of it. And then all together, they can have an effect. And he specifically said, and this is a new information that he told me last night, that the levels of those were either therapeutic or subtherapeutic. But then I said, okay, fine, they're therapeutic, but then in combination, can't they have an additive effect? He said, well, we're gonna have to wait 2 weeks to see what the final report shows about that.
So maybe it's not 100% that they didn't contribute.
Well, they're saying they didn't contribute. I mean, and the last thing they need is some doctor with 3,000 miles away second guessing that.
Or some idiot who has no medical degree questioning it, but I'm just trying to put together the words that are fully understand.
No, I think you're on.
John, you not take me to the club. Fun. You're so together. Dream. Tell me, can you remember? Somebody in a night to the question. Say the word. Come on, Nelly. I think she's out of passion. What's wrong, Nelly? Yes, that's something that's
Upfront more expensive. Each with the actually sense. Get odor-free 8 hours protection for mosquitoes and ticks. I'm good every day. See if I'm on body or not. People love it. Go take it.
But that's the basic. Taco Tuesday. He'll for your future in-laws. It's gonna be great. With McCormick Firestone for 3 years. It's gonna be great.
Thing I'm talking about, guys, look, huge. Okay. I didn't want to show y'all that, but they like it, they wrong. I mean, it's pretty natural. Everybody has for pretty much. You haven't asked me for this. Yeah, the favorite thing.
Beverly Hills Police Department received an emergency call from the Beverly Hilton Hotel with a medical aid call. Officers arrived on scene in approximately 2 minutes. The fire department was already on scene due to the fact they were here for a pre-Grammy award show in a hotel. When our officers arrived, in the hotel room on the fourth floor, fire department and hotel facility were already attempting station measures. But 3:55 p.m. this afternoon, in Houston, was pronounced dead at from the Hilton Hotel. We have
Thanks for saying it's eating just some eating. Step by step around. We all like some. What's showing? Stands up against your arms. To hold us in, even when you're stuck happening. Stop it. Oh, that's so you are the. You know what I feel now? To know that's me, even the fact that's the things, catching things.
Turn out to the legacy of Selena Quintanilla, decades after her death. The singer's family is now sharing new music. Joy Quinones sat down exclusively with her brother and sister to talk about it. Hey, John?
Hey, see you. You know, she was known as the queen of piano music. Well, over the decades since her passing, Selena had become a global phenomenon, and now we're about to hear her music like we've never heard it before. In the 27 years since her tragic death, Selena Quintanilla's star has only grown.
I want to fall in love.
And this morning, fans are getting a first listen to Como Te Quiero Yo a Ti, the way I love you. The first single from the Tejano Superstar's new album, Moonchild Mixes, produced by her brother A.D. Quintanilla, who, along with his sister Suzette, sat down with us to talk about the project. How long did it take you? It took me a year. It's a little bit over a year that obstacles to overcome. Everything was on vinyl, so we had to kind of use the old school way, the new school ways, playing some of his vocals, put them on timing, and then we also picture vocal down just at their center sound a little bit more the trick.
It truly feels like she went into the studio again and recorded it. And it's pretty incredible.
What do you mean, Selena? What phone?
So I loved it, definitely.
She would have loved it, said, it's a wrap. I need to hear me all.
Yeah.
Selena's legacy and fandom growing all the time. Her story first told in a 1997 film that helped make Jennifer Lopez a snowbird. And now a new generation entranced by the Netflix series based on her life. So many of us love Selena's music. But what do you tell the critics who say, this is taking advantage of their legacy?
What critics? They get it that way. Yeah, well, they get artists and musicians and people that are in the public eye. You know, you have to turn that off. We're still going to do what we want with our music, with our sister, with our band. And I hope people understand that everything that we do it with love and care and with beauty. Or anything for Jesus. I can't believe we're up there talking, going through a gas station, whatever. And I hear on intercom or a little girl wearing a t-shirt. She's got to die and walk out the door and go to the mall. But it's a beautiful thing because it's to see her that she remembered and what we're doing is honoring her memory, her legacy. That's what it's about. She really something. She was not just an incredible artist, she was an incredible person. And what she means to us as Latinos, she means something. And I think all of that has transcended and has carried her throughout the years. And she is not going away. The young generation are discovering her, they're searching her, they're wanting to know more about her. And so that's why we felt it was really important to breathe new life into this old music and have it created for the newer generation.
And guys, as I said, that new single Como Te Quiero Yo a Ti is out today, but the entire album will drop August 26th. And guess what? They're releasing it in hard copy, the old CDs. Remember these?
Few of us might remember those here.
Hey there, GMA fans, Robin Roberts here. Thanks for checking out our YouTube channel. Lots of great stuff.
My neighbors open at midnight or later. It's like, I'm getting the bacon eater. You're fun.
Right. Choose what is speaking it.
And clearly, I'm not alone. I like to sing. I want to try to be the next Celine. I think she is an icon that has been able to really inspire young women. And I think that is great to have a strong female role model.
You look spring to her music.
I doesn't because she's great. I gotta say, really cool award. They Grammy for our lineup. When they said Leolah, the whole world just jumped up and screamed. And then of course the dress she wore on Sonogram is spectacular, sparkly, and that right here. What was your reaction when you saw her all dolled up in hair and makeup wearing this gorgeous gown? Honestly, I think it was the only time that I really got kind of choked out because she looked like perfection. Like she looked like the true artist and it was really came on. So when you have a Celine museum, you expect to see the costume, maybe the Grammy. What's the most unexpected item? Or let's see, one. Oh, you would have picked a car. Yeah. Everybody had freaked out, but they walked in and they see the red Porsche. It's kind of iconic to the movie scene where she's got her hand out the window, she just ran off and got married. She had a black Porsche, a brand new version of the Porsche. She had too much, she didn't like it, so she got rid of the new Porsche to get the old used Porsche. She liked to cool down where the water would pop up. How many good times did you have in that car together? A lot of good times. She definitely liked the speed, so I think she got a couple of tickets too. She had one outfit that she loved to wear and she designed herself. She designed it. She was very cognizant of the fact that she didn't want to open it up and anything like that. I was a bit more about that. She wouldn't want that. Yeah. This is the one concert, the only concert before that I was in there. I had broken my ankle and I didn't perform at this concert and I really beat myself up a lot after the fact. I was like, I can't believe it. We're going to concert because I'm from the most video that she shot in Joshua Tree, California. Yeah, that's an iconic. You want to hear a really cool story though? For sure, it's crazy. Anything that you saw Selena just talk
In the 27 years since her tragic death, Selena Quintanilla star has only grown.
Hey, 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 it's still baby. And I am back. Yes, I'm back. And yes, this is spontaneous show. And yes, it's about my girl Shamika. And this video is kind of special, but then it's kind of uh, uh so this is more of an opinionized video. So I'm not going to say that the information that I gave was factual. Some of it is factual. Some of it is information is information that I've read that came from the words of the individual this individual or certain individual. But a lot of it is based on my opinion, based on what I've observed in footage, like YouTube footage from their interviews from Selena and her sister, and the band's interviews, photos, things that I read in Chris book, and things that I read in social media, etc. So this is a brief video about my opinion about the relationship between Selena and Suzette.
And I don't believe it's as close as they seem it make it seem.
Now, and also Chris is in it as well. So this is my opinion. I know there some people may disagree, some people may be upset, some people may have mixed feelings, some people may agree. I don't know. But this is based on my observation. This is totally my opinion. And so I'm going to just put that. I believe that Serena and Suzette's relationship isn't as close as they perceive to be now. I'm not saying on Serena's point because she's not here, so I can't really bend her point. I do believe that she believed that Suzette was, her
best friend and all of that, but that's, she saw no bad anyway. Um, but I don't think that's exact self-esteem. And why I say this, because I go by based on photos I've seen, based on interviews that I've seen. If you really pay attention, if you go back and look at interviews, like past interviews with all of them, or look at photos of Selena and Suzanne. The face you make, wait, go back. Guys, if you really pay attention, if you go back and look at interviews, like past interviews with all of them, or look at photos of Selena and Suzanne. Suzette's big ass now. The face is when you make when you can't stand someone, but you're trying to play it off. Or just a band or candid photos or candid video. Put it, you will notice the body language and the facial expressions that Suzette gives. It's more of like she gives off this aura that she did not really, not gonna say this, she felt this like Selena. No, I do feel like she was very jealous of Selena. Deep down, she was thinking of Selena. And she also felt that she had a little crush on Chris. Now, in the book, read the book by Chris called Selena with Brother. We had states in the, now I don't remember the what chapter it is. Like I haven't read the book in almost a year, but I've read the book about Kyle Turner. And he stated that he and Suzette were friends before him too. Selena became close. We're now in 4 hours and 6 minutes. Like close friends, they were like his brother's sister's right. He saw her as his older sister. But I don't really think I think deep down Suzanne had a great trust in Chris, which is no problem. We all have crushes, whether we've seen somebody or not. We all have crushes, but I don't believe Chris saw her in that way. But I do believe deep down Suzette saw him in that way. But did not say anything because I think because I'm not gonna lie, she is a big girl and she may have felt insecure. She knew the type of girls that this person was interested in because he was also dating someone before he was even involved with me. He was dating someone back in 70 somewhere. It's in the book. So I'm sure she knew the type of girls that he liked. And none of them probably get the same description as Suzette. So he, but of course, she's not going to say nothing. And she was probably dating her husband at the time. I don't know. But I felt like she probably had a little crush on him. I mean, he is an attractive guy. He would, so she never said anything. So once Celine and Chris became close, they became close. Like he's noticed her attraction, of course, because people brought it up to him all the time. But he was past it. Like he was concerned about his, more about his career. But then once he got into the game, he, started seeing Selena in a different light. He saw of her, he saw that she was gorgeous, as a performer, but as a person, he saw a different side of her. And he felt even more attracted to her because she was very outgoing, she was very friendly, she was very funny, she was a risk taker, she was like the guy. So he was attracted to her. And they did that, and she was attracted to him. And it's all in his book. It's all in the book. But they became friends when they became close. So once they became close, some people that were close to them knew about it. Everybody knew about it except for Abraham, because of course Abraham had it. So
everybody that knew wasn't going to vow for them that they wasn't going to tell, ignorant about their situation. So in the book, somewhere in the book, where Selena and Chris was on the bus by themselves, I guess they went to a rest stop or whatever.
Okay, guys, I'm about to go take a shower after I eat.
They
And then
they were like checking up. I don't believe they were sitting next to each other. I think they were sitting and talking to each other. But they were on the front of the bus and they was laughing and talking and joking around and playing playful. And Suzette got on the bus. And as soon as she saw them, she got upset and she stormed out the bus and slammed the door. And she told Abraham that they were seeing each other. And in the book, Chris stated that to this day, he don't understand why she did that. But this is where my opinion starts. As a woman, I know most women know how other women think. So as a woman, I believe she did that and acted that way because she was jealous. Because she was jealous seeing Selena and Chris together. Because this was like a reminder of probably growing up. She probably was always used to boys or men coming after Selena, saying, oh, she's so pretty, oh, she's so this, and probably wasn't getting that same attention with herself, with men. So she probably felt, insecure and envious. Who wouldn't? Most women do. I've done that. I mean, I've been that way. Like I said, I know how to that feels. I have cousins who are lighter than me, and when I go out with them, a lot of the guys target my cousins, and they don't even pay attention to me. So I know how that feels. So that's why I feel like that's a familiar, response when she saw them together because she probably had a little crush on Chris, and then it also reminds herself of, all the guys attracting Selena and not her. So that's why I believe that. That's why she told the father, because otherwise, what other reason why she would tell it? Why would she act that way and slam the door and get upset? So, most men don't think that way, and that's why he said to this day he don't understand why she did it because he's a man. Most men don't, relay that, but women we read between the lines. So like I said, this is just a brief video. This is my assumption. I do believe that she is, was somewhat jealous of her and kind of had a little crush on Chris. And also, I want to show a paragraph of what Chris said. So about the family. All right, so I found. So in the Houston Chronicle.com, this is what Chris said, allegedly. He said, technically, I was invited via email. So he was invited to the Hollywood Walk of Fame when Selena's father was indicted in the Hollywood Walk of Fame. But I didn't feel very welcome. And her family didn't make it easy. I get the feeling that they were hoping by making it difficult for me that I wouldn't show up and it would cast me in a bad light to her fans. Perez says, the fans don't understand all the hoops I had to jump through just to have a seat at that event. And then it goes on by saying, he says, but I don't want people talking about her family. I might feel a certain way about it, but what would Selena want? I'm not the one wanting to fight. I'm not the one being bullied. I want to keep everything together for her. So, and this is from the Houston Chronicles. This is what he said.
You've been through a lot.
So I don't know why her family is, and this is kind of off topic from what I was talking about, but she is a part of that family, Suzette. And I don't know why they acting that way towards him. Like they wouldn't be doing that. The family wouldn't be doing that to him if Selena was still here. The father, yes, but not the rest of the family. They pretended to act like he was her. He was cool with them. They were cool with him. That he and all of that. But now that Selena's not here to defend him, to have his back, they treating him like he's a stepchild, and that's not right. And
It's not.
clear, it's like I said in all my other videos, this man truly loved her, and still to this day, he's being very civil to to her family, very respectful, and all of that, regardless of what they did to him, regardless of the fact that they sued him, they try to put him in allegedly, make him look bad and all of that, giving him issues um when trying to support Selena, but he's not even worried about that. Because he's doing it for her and he's doing it for her fans because he know that's what she would want. So this is proof that they are, treating this man like very, 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 very bad. And like I said, and then like I said in the beginning of the video, that was just my opinion about how I think she felt towards Selena. So, and I mean Suzette Quintanilla, and towards Chris Perez. So if you like my video, leave a thumbs up, comment, subscribe, favorite, and like I said, I will be making videos of giving my opinion about each episode when the Selena series comes out on Netflix.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna end the live stream and I'll be back. I'm gonna end it at 9:15. Oh, okay. I gotta go take a shower real quick. I have 7,317 YouTube views. Guys, have a wonderful and blessed rest of your holiday week and weekends. And I will be back with another live YouTube video and live YouTube stream. The next one will be Happy Independence Day and celebrating the 4th of July. That will be probably 10 o'clock p.m. somewhere around there. I love y'all. Thanks for watching, and until the next episode and live YouTube episode. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye, y'all. Much love and appreciation, like always. Peace, guys.